his first Manitoba.
The Manitoba Jockey Club acknowledges that we are on Treaty 1 territory, and the land on which we gather is the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe, Cree, Anisininew, Dakota, Lakota, and Dene peoples, and the national homeland of the Red River Métis. We pay our respects to the First Nations and Métis ancestors of this land.
And welcome everybody to ASD Live, brought to you by Manitoba Liquor and Lottery. Stretch, it's opening day here in Winnipeg. Since September, we've been waiting for this day, and it's back. We got some new faces on the backside, new jockeys, and of course, a lot of new horses. Should be a really exciting 2024. What are you looking forward to?
I agree. Great to be back another year. Thanks for all the support over the years. People sending us tweets, good and bad, about maybe our
Mostly bad about you, Stretch.
maybe about that. And if you're tuning in for the first time, hopefully we can give you some information and set you up for possibly making some winning bets. That's what it's all about, trying to give you some information you might not know. Extra special year. We've got a few twists coming up. We'll announce coming up. But today, very cool situation. We've got 6 pari-mutuel racing. We've got...
and we usually have 7, but because of what you're going to be talking about, we only have 6 today, but we do have 8 tomorrow. Just thought I'd slide that in.
Yeah, I'm so glad you mentioned that. And so 6 pari-mutuel, and we got about 5 Indian relay races similar about that.
You betcha.
So... not saying you don't want to maybe bet with your friend, or I'm going to probably bet a few with Kirt to try to
no doubt about it.
Build my bankroll for the pari-mutuel. So it's kind of easy money. This shouldn't be a problem. Because take note, with 6 races, we're starting in the second on the pick 5. Pick 4, $25,000 guaranteed in a tough sequence. I always like the opening days. It's just so much fun, Kirt, and got so many stories, but I'll save the stories to during the races today.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Let's kick things off. The Don Gray Memorial, a $4,000 claimer for the boys, 3 and up. Stretch, who do you like in race 1?
Okay, well, I do know the race. I'm confident in the race shape. I think the 4 is going to try to go gate to wire. I think he can. He did lose his last race, his first race out last year, but it was for $7,500. At the higher level, now drops to the 4. I think this is his level and his distance, so that's why it's my top selection. Kirt, your top selection?
Yeah, I ended up going to Yola. I see you have it as your third choice. Yola, instead of shooting money, it's won twice off the layoff, and the other 2 starts were a 3rd and a 4th place finish. So this horse does come a running. Yeah, it's been off for some time, almost a year coming into the race, but Michael Nault is a 30% win clip. This horse has 6 works under the belt, as we had a great spring training in Winnipeg this year, and I'm looking for Yola, who's always been a solid 7,500 horse, to maybe run down a loose shooting money.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. The long layoff, that's the only reason I dropped it one, but the figures are for sure there. I can't leave that one out. Then the 3 horse was almost my top selection. Coming from Golden Gate, we know how tough the horses are from Golden Gate. Expecting a stalking trip and kind of try to take over late. But has been running at a lower level and only has 2 wins. So that's why I had it as my second selection. I just don't like taking horses on top if they're, you could almost say, out of condition, because they could run in the non-3, but certainly right there. So mine's 4-3-1. Anything to add on the?
Yeah, I agree with you on Bronze 1. If it was an open horse, gone through the conditions, non-3, non-4, a little more seasoned, I'd like it more. Because Wendy Anderson, she's cracked with these Golden Gate horses at about 60%. So you want to think about that, and if you are going to get big odds on it, right now you are getting 6-1. If you're just going to play that angle, you got a 50-50 shot of it winning over the last couple of years that she's got these horses. But I'm with you, and I'm going to take 1, 4, and 3. Now we're going to carry on to race number 2, kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering, an allowance optional $20,000 claimer. And what a nice set of 5 horses in here, Stretch. Yes, that looks like there's going to be a big favorite.
Yeah, like you said, a high-level allowance. Many are stake horses. We're going to see these horses in stake races.
It's like a little prep race.
Right, that's exactly what I have in my notes. Probably a prep for the stake race in June, the sprinting one. I'm not sure what they're calling it.
Free press?
They are going to call it free press. Okay, very good. The 2-horse is the solid speed in here. Went to Aqueduct and didn't showed how competitive that horse was. I watched all his races, a couple of them live, and it was just very impressive. Showed the horse absolutely belongs in there. I think this horse can just get the lead and just kind of keep going.
Yeah, I don't have much more to add on that. Jafafa left us on a win string, went over to Alberta, broke the track record there, and then was hitting some real tough company down in New York. I think the same as you. To the front, catch me if you can.
For sure. And I went to the 1 as my second selection. This horse did win first start at our track last year, but came from Oaklawn Park. Does have a couple nice 4 furlong works in here. I think that the horse can chase Jafafa and then try to make a late run. Again, one of these horses I think are in for the prep, kind of getting it to the 6 furlong. Solid. This horse will probably end up in some stake races. This horse was one stake race last year, and right there in the end. So.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I like Big Nick in the fray, but I went to number 5, Pray for Peace. It's the other one that has started this year, and I think that's going to play real big in here. Ran a couple good sprint races, 3rd beaten 5. First start off the layoff this year, and then came back going 5 furlongs on the turf. Did run 6th in there, but was only beaten 3 lengths in the end. This horse can sprint, and I think they're all chasing Jafafa. Pray for Peace will be in a good position and try and make a late charge.
Yeah, very similar to my number 4 selection. I've made money on this horse in the past. It's just kind of the wrong distance to put this horse up any farther. Certainly talented, has won at various distance. Make note for this one next time, potentially in the free press. So for me, it's 2-1-4.
And also take note that jockey Chavian Chow is off of all his mounts this evening. He did have one in the first. That's going to be Antonio Whitehall. And in the second race, number 5, Pray for Peace, will now be Praven Badgery. And myself here in race 2, I have 2 5-1. Now we're going to carry on to race number 3, kicking off $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. We're going to scratch number 4, Pam's Awesome. This is filly 3-year-old maiden allowance, Stretch. Wow, we got a little difference.
We do.
Here.
I think it's a wide open race in here. I don't really have a grasp because we have so many unknowns. Horses coming from all over, coming off layoffs. They're young horses. They're just 3. We've seen obviously over the years, if you play the races, how a 2-year-old can improve to the 3-year-old
or regress.
A great point on that, on the regress. So let's swing for the fences, trying to hit a Kirt kind of home run early on. I'm swinging for the fences, and I'm searching a little bit, but I just think that this horse has showed us multiple speed at Woodbine. The works aren't fast coming in, but I think this horse, that November race, kind of showed that this horse is starting to figure it out. I don't need fast 3 furlong works for a speed horse. I know the horse has speed, so I like how they kind of worked the way they did. Morning line 15-1. I think you might even get higher than that. So why not start off with a big payout with a small shot?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of speed in here between the 2 Naughty Kimmy, the 3 Tree Hugger, Yellow Birdie, Blue Tango. I think they can all go battle. So I went to another Woodbine horse on the outside. That's some Raid Hyper Holiday. This horse ran 2 good races for $15,000. Ran 3rd first time out, 9-horse field. Came back, ran another really good race, and then they claimed it out of it. And it ran 4th, beaten only 4.5 lengths. I like both of those starts, so I think the horse will be forward in the race, sitting right behind those speed horses, and I think get a really good trip.
Yeah, I agree with you on the 8. I was, like I said, trying to swing for a price. The 8 totally makes sense. Could get the dream trip. I like the 5 furlong works as well, so that's why it's my second selection. How about your second selection?
Well, my second selection, I went to number 1, Au Pair, a horse coming by way of Tampa. Was claimed first time out for $16,000. Really didn't show a lot in there, but did take some money on the tote board at 5-1. But it's the comeback race, jumped up in class to $25,000, and they put blinkers on that day. And the horse made run down the lane, was only beaten by 11 in the end. The winner did come back to win out of that race. I think that's $25,000 and having a fitness advantage. I think this could be a good price on the board and might be a late rallier.
For sure, and we both have the 3 horse, probably very similar reasons. Back to the Golden Gate, ran decent for the level. I also like that this horse has had a bunch of works at ASD, so it's not just come right from Golden Gate. That's big for me, for any invaders, to have some works over the track just to get used to it. Finishing with that good 5 furlong work, I think she's ready to go, so couldn't leave her out. I'm including all of those horses, and I might even sprinkle it with Kirt's selection just in case, because it could be a price too, and I don't want to hear it from him. So 683.
And the only thing I got to add to Tree Hugger, what a flashy work on April the 28th. 47 breezing. We don't have that lightning track that Turf Paradise has, so that 47, that is definitely a salty work. So this horse has to be recognized in here. I'm giving you 8-1-3. Now we're going to carry on to race number 4, an allowance optional $15,000 claimer. Number 1, Mr. K. Make the jockey Neville Stevenson stretch. What do you got?
Yeah, another competitive allowance race. It's such a solid 6-race card, just how it's built. I like the progression, bigger fields, and just the high level of competition for opening day. I went with the 4 because this horse has been running at Turf Paradise. But also, I like that last race so much that the horse stalked. Watch the replay. Stalked and took over. When this horse stalks, I really do like the horse when he does that. And so Jared Brown claims him back. He lost him the first start in Turf Paradise, claims him back. That's always a good sign. Had him here at ASD. And so that just tells you what he thinks of the horse. And I'm going to just kind of agree with what he thinks, and so that's my top selection.
Yeah, I'm with you. This horse won its first start here last year. Speed, stock, either of those will work very handy in this race. If you give Stay Happy the easy lead, long gone.
Yeah, and so couldn't leave out the other speed in here, and this horse, Chicago's Gray, the 7, was so solid early on at the 3-year-old level, was as good as you get to start. The horse is clearly a sprinter, clearly a horse that really likes it on the lead. So I think if this horse goes back to the form last year when he was sprinting, watch out. I think that this is the horse they're going to have to catch, unless the 4 tries to press. But this horse has blazing speed, and so one of these catch me if you can. Remember, we're only going 5 furlongs all night.
Yeah, I really like that last race of the year of Chicago's Gray. After it looked like the horse was faltering, any of those early races or that last one, definitely big in here. I went to number 1, Mr. K, one of the horses that have started already, draws the rail. Neville's aboard. He's going to be sending this horse. This horse only has one way of running. That is to go to the front and try and play catch me if you can. Those races at Sam Houston, Lone Star, and Delta Downs, they fit just a little bit lower than this, but just the way the horse is running as of late, I got to put him in the fray.
All right, so my third selection is the 5. I thought just running the race in case the 4 and 7 hook, I needed a bit of a stalker. I like those races at Fawner. Those races would put this horse right there. So that's why it's my third selection, 4-7-5.
And myself, to round it off, I went to the 2 Replete, beaten by Stay Happy last time out, but it's hard to close at Turf Paradise. He'll love our track a lot more. Was respected in that race, only went off at 5-1, and good races underneath. That could be a great upsetter. I'm 4-1-2. Now we're going to carry on to race number 5, a $7,500 claimer for the boys 3 and up. Again, all the races are 5 furlongs today. And number 2, Hot Stove League. Make the jockey Arthur Badu stretch. What about this one?
Okay, this is one of our added features in the 5th race. This is very exciting. Our added features, 5th race. If you're on track, we have the VIP. Correct,
yep.
Kirt? Come up and watch you call a race. Maybe one day they'll let me call a race and they'll want to see me. But
yeah, no.
Okay.
I don't think so.
All right, but the other one.
I'd let you try.
No, I wouldn't let me try. The other thing is, if you can't make it to the track, you can try to cap with stretch by sending in your pick, and you can win a hat.
Wait, cap with stretch, you said?
It's a cap with Kirt and stretch, I guess.
Okay.
So it's
okay,
cap with
yeah,
Kirt
there's two of
and
us.
stretch. You get the hat sent to you. You get your name and lights. Give us a reason why you like a certain horse. And then you can look like a hero or sometimes look like we do when we give out a bad selection. So
never do that.
Send in your picks on the social media under @cap with
Kirt
Kirt
and
and
Stretch.
stretch. Sorry, it's all about me, I guess. But let's go to the 7 as my top selection. And I think this horse has found an absolute perfect spot. Smart move. Tom Garnapie claimed this horse at the end of the last year. This horse usually runs a level or two higher, drops in, but can't be claimed. That's the key for this horse. Can't be claimed in this first 2 starts. Is that what it is? Or first one?
Because they've been off 180 days.
Perfect, exactly. So any of these top efforts, this horse is going to be tough. His top-level race would, I think, actually crush this race.
Agree.
Now, we'll have to see if he can run back to that. But some of those efforts, I remember the one win that he won by 4. It was just a monster race. That race, nobody beats him. That's why it's my top selection.
Yeah, and Tom had the horse previously. Mike Nault got it for a couple starts. He took it back. And I agree with you on Del Vecchio. I ended up going to number 8, Marquis Well, the old-timer, 11 years old. But Marquis Well does have a lot of works under the belt, and some in Phoenix. And that's the key. You got to look for those works, not just at Assiniboia Downs. If they've been working somewhere else, I think they're tighter or fitter. So I think Marquis Well, there is a lot of speed in this race. This one doesn't have it. I think it could be a good late closer at about 5-6 to 1.
For sure, and that's such a great point of checking where the workouts are. Just because they haven't raced in over the 180 days or last September, some might have went down south. So a great point on there. I'll go with the 9. I don't mind the post position on this horse, just because this horse is going to be a stalker. Don't want to get him trapped on the rail. Has run at higher levels at Delta Downs. There's some good racing there. They come in from fairgrounds, and so you can't leave the horse out. Has the racing under the belt. I think it can just kind of take over if there is a bit of a duel in here. It should be fast early, so that's why it's my second selection.
And just to add on, this horse is a first-time gelding. If you have the program, it doesn't show in there, but it does show in the racing form. And what about Drop a Caribou, Claimer of the Year?
Absolutely. 6 to 7 last year on that one. Could not leave this horse out. This horse got good late, was good early, but then got even better and better. I was hoping the horse was going to get one more start to break the record, but the only loss this horse had was going 2 turns, so we probably won't see this horse go 2 turns, anything like last year. That's why I couldn't leave him out. Wins too often.
All right, so I'm going to give you 8, 7, 9 and stretch.
7, 9, 4.
All right, on to race number 6, an allowance optional $10,000 claimers for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up. And a field of 11 have assembled. Stretch, what about this one?
11 in the dark going 5.
Oh, that's going to be fun.
Thank goodness I'm not calling that race. There's no chance I could do that, and you're going to do a great job as always. Let's go to my, as it finishes off with a nice allowance field. Should be very fast up front. But I went to the speed of the speed in here. It is, yes, the horse is a need-to-lead horse. Coming from Tampa, that's always tough racing, and they're always in shape when they get here. And so that's why I think this horse can carry the speed, has the solid figures. And for me, it's only a win bet only, because I think if this horse gets in an all-out duel, it could just give it up. But I had to put this horse. We got a morning line of 6 to 1 with 11 in here. I think I can get all of that, especially since there's the Kate's Princess.
The princess in here.
Anything more to? Oh, you talk about top pick.
Yeah, I'd like you to twist it. I have this horse in here, same thing, and I like the winter racing. I went to Sherlyn Gogo, the 6 horse. Santa Anita Special, I like to call it. Any horse coming from California has to be respected. And this one has 2 really nice 5-furlong works coming in, 101 and 4, back to back. The horse can run a route, so you know it can rate. I don't expect it to go bang heads with Kate's Princess. Liking It Twisted, I've got all night. Lady Cop, I think it's going to sit behind those. And with a big class edge, I think if you get a price on this one, this is the one to chase.
Yeah, that's a good pick. It could have been my top pick. If it was 5.5, it would be a prime top pick for me. This horse should get a dream trip, and if the speed backs up, it certainly can be there. Can't leave it out. I'm going to talk before we get to talk about your three. I'll mention why I'm going to make my first mistake of the year. Let's go to the 7. I bet this horse many times, and I've been robbed because of that. The horse is always low odds. It's going to be 20-1 or higher. Throw it in there. Do I think the horse can win? Probably not, but there's no way I'm not including it, sneaking it in there. And I don't have Kate's in there. I've made bad non-selections last year. Why not get it out of the way early?
Well, Kate's Princess, the reason I like her, she has speed. She tries every time. But in the last 3 years, she did not win her first outing, but she won her second. That's why I put her in second. I think she's going to run a big race. She'll be a piece of things, but I just don't think that she is going to get the win in here. But she always comes a running, and she's solid at this level. So I'm going to give you 6, 3, and 4 and stretch.
4, 6, and 7. And if you want to get the picks in, deadline is before the first race.
All right, good luck with all your wagers this evening, and I'll be right back with the changes on this evening's Card of Racing. And if everybody can get their pens and programs ready, here are the changes on this evening's 6-race Card of Racing. Turning your programs to race number 1, the Don Gray Memorial. Number 4, Shootin' Money. Make the jockey Antonio Whitehall. Now turning your programs to race number 2. Kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering. The In Loving Memory of Dave Blackmore race. Number 5, Pray for Peace. Make the jockey Praven Badry. Now turning your programs to race number 3, kicking off $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. Number 2, Naughty Kimmy. Make the jockey Sven Balrup. And scratch number 4, Pam's Awesome. Now turning your programs to race number 4, Nikki's Prince Charming Classic. Number 1, Mr. K. Make the jockey Neville Stevenson. And number 5, Moon Connection. The ownership should read Droppin' Racing. Now turning your programs to race number 5, our VIP Fan of the Night race. Kicking off Classic High 5 wagering. Number 2, Hot Stove League. Make the jockey Arthur Badu. Number 8, Mark Ye Well. The ownership should read Jared Brown and LNA Stable. Now turning your programs to race number 6, our other Classic High 5 race. Just some overweights. Well, it's an absolute beautiful evening for racing here in Winnipeg. Currently under partly cloudy skies, we're hitchhiking in suits.
Well, sure. There's a better chance to get back to
I guess
Winnipeg.
back to Winnipeg. I don't know where we are, but the temperature is 17 degrees Celsius or 62 degrees Fahrenheit. The wind very light out of the north, 14 kilometers an hour or 9 miles an hour. And the track is currently listed as fast, a fast racetrack for this evening's 6-race Card of Racing. And we're going to kick it off right here in race number 1 that goes to post in 28 minutes. And welcome back to the first day of live racing. We are so excited to have you back. Be sure to enter your name for a chance to be our VIP fan of the night. Ballots are available in the lobby. If your name is picked, you're going to get the VIP treatment, including a $25 wagering voucher, an ASD t-shirt, an ASD ball calf autographed by myself and Stretch, and you get to come up to the press box, watch me call a race, then go to the paddock, see the horses, and then off to the winner's circle to get a framed photo with the winning horse. Now on to racing. If you're new to racing, stop by and see Shannon and Brad at the Fan Education Center, located on the main level. Also, that's a place to open a free betting account at hpibet.com. To bet the races on your phone, that's right, on your phone or computer. And what's more, if you bet 100, you get 100. Some restrictions do apply. Have a great evening of racing. Assiniboia Downs, in conjunction with the Manito Ahbee Festival, is pleased to present to you the third annual Manito Ahbee Festival and Indian Horse Relay Races. Tonight will feature prayer, song, dance, and drumming and other cultural displays to go with the Indian relay races that are rich in Indigenous culture. Please enjoy these talented individuals and feel free to cheer them on. I'm going to send it down to our MC for the evening, Howie, to kick off the Manito Ahbee Festival and Indian Relay Races. Howie, it's your turn.
Check 1, 2. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we welcome you to Treaty 1 territory. We're the homeland of the Anishinaabe, the Cree, the Dene. The third time we're doing the Indian relay. We're going to go through some protocols for our traditional ways. And ladies and gentlemen, we start off things with a prayer and a song, and introducing our leaderships to guide us and protect us in a good way. Ladies and gentlemen, we go to Spirit Sands. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, introducing Grand Chief of Treaty 2, Cornell McLean. Introducing Chief of Sakoan, Cameron Catway. Introducing Chief of Opaskwayak Cree Nation, Maureen Brown. Introducing the Chief of Ochichake First Nation, Kerwin Chaboyer. Introducing Chief of Marshall Kellogg, Douglas Hart. Introducing the Chief of Mosquito First Nation, Tanya Stone. Introducing Chief of Broken Head, Gordon Blue Sky. Introducing Chief of Dakota Plains, Donnie Smoke. Introducing Grand Chief of Southern Chiefs Organization, Jerry Daniels. And introducing the Chief of Sandy Bay First Nation, Trevor Prince. Introducing our Grand Chief, Kathy Merrick. And introducing the Chief of Sagging, E.J. Fontaine. Introducing the Chief of St. Teresa Point, Raymond Flatt. And introducing the Chief of Wasco Sepulchre First Nation, Elwood Zetzer. And ladies and gentlemen, the Chief of Wayway Sakapa First Nation. A big round of applause for Chief Murray Bay Clear Sky. Introducing Chief of Sucker Creek, Roger Willier. And introducing our dancers. We're going to go back to Spirit Sands for 2 starts. But before we do that, I want these dancers to step forward and stand right here, right beside me, and right beside me right here. Miss Manito Ahbee, ladies and gentlemen, newly crowned. Let's give her a round of applause for Sophia Smoke. Introducing from horse dancer, Brendan Heigl. Introducing men's fancy, Cole Heigl. Introducing grass dancer, Junior Mike Esquash. And introducing our hoop dancer, our storyteller through hoop dancing, a big round of applause for Stanley Spence. And you're listening to the drum group of Spirit Sands.
And next up, introducing our teams. First up, Stick Racing from Poundmaker Cree First Nation, Saskatchewan. The team owner, Vernon Stick Antoine. The team colors, black and red. The team members, Lyndon Antoine, he's the setter. Louis Chikosis is the catcher, and Haley Ross, the backholder. The Lady Warrior rider is Lakeisha Ross. The Chief Warrior and Relay rider, Courage Antoine. Stick Racing. Next up, 150A Racing from Sucker Creek First Nation in Alberta. The team owner, Austin Cunningham. The team colors, yellow and black. The team members, Austin Cunningham, Zach Wickerstan, he's the catcher. Austin Cunningham is the center, and Hayden Sanders the backholder. The Lady Warriors rider, Kaylee Sanders, the Warrior rider, Hayden Sanders, and the Relay rider, Trey Delver. Next up, In It to Win It from Mosquito First Nation, Saskatchewan. The team owners, Charles Stone, Viola Frenchman, and Denise Stone. The team colors are turquoise. The team members, Eric Meachance, he's the setter. Carl Chikosis, he's the catcher, and Jordan Delorme will be the backholder. The Lady Warrior rider is Cole Chikosis, and the Chief Warrior and Relay rider will be Joe Jackson. That's In It to Win It. Next up, Big Bad Wolf from Red Pheasant First Nation, Saskatchewan. The team owners is Sam Watani. The team colors are blue. The team members, Colin Baptiste, he's the setter. Jeff Armstrong is going to be the back holder. Sam Watani is the catcher. The Lady Warrior rider will be Yanni Warden, and the relay rider will be Caden Stanley. That's Big Bad Wolf. Next up, team number 5, Good Hearted Horses from Poundmaker. The team owners is Mike Memnuk and Cheryl Chikosis. The team colors, neon orange, black, and white. The team members, Mike Memnuk, he's the setter. Daryl Peterson, he's the catcher. Cheryl Chikosis is going to be the back holder, and the relay rider will be Darwin Ward. Good-hearted horses. Next up, last but not least, the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs. Right here from Winnipeg, the team owner, ASD's leading trainer. That is Jerry Gorno. The team colors red and white. The chief race rider will be Delaney Lester, and the warrior race rider, Joseph Looking Horse. The Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs. Everybody, a round of applause for our Indian relay teams. Okay, Howie, back down to you for the horse honor song.
Before the honor song, to honor the spirit of the horse and to ensure the safety of the travels around the track for both horse and the rider and athletes, we have a total of 5 Indian horse relay races for this evening. We have the Lady Warrior Race. We have the Warrior Race. We have the Chiefs Race and 2 Heart of Indian Horse Relay Race. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to ask you to remain standing as we go for that Indian Horse Relay horse song, Spirit Sands. Ladies and gentlemen, we ask you to please remain standing as we go to a prayer. It's called the Indian Relay Prayer. Help us out in your own way to say this prayer. Creator, we thank you for this day, for bringing together the many tribes to the one fire. May all the grandmothers and grandfathers watch over us and guide and protect the warriors and athletes. May each decorated rider mount their painted horse with speed and agility. Loosen their reins, race swiftly, exchange accurately, and gallop in stride for stride. Maneuver for position to ride and horse become one. As they make the final turn, heading toward the finish line, may God bless them. Hi, hi. I would like to also acknowledge Mantle Stone for writing this prayer for the Indian relay that's going around through Turtle Island from coast to coast, from river to river. Thank you. Throw it back up to you, Kirt.
Thank you very much, Howie. 11 minutes to post time. Race 1 kicking off 2024 here at Assiniboia Downs. And welcome back down the paddock here for race number 1. We're going to kick off the card with a $4,000 claimer for the boys 3 and up that are non-winners of the year or non-4 lifers. They're only going 5 furlongs, as all the races are today, all 6 of them. Stretch, who do you like in the first?
So that's always important to understand the distance and the specialist at this time. I'm going to go as my top selection is the 4. Shows the speed. If you look back at last year, was running at a higher level. I like to look back at where they started and then drop for 4. I think could get the controlling speed. Yes, has been off, but this is his distance. So let's say gate to wire.
Yeah, and Antonio Whitehall jumps aboard with Chavi and Chow off all his mounts. So Shooting Money looked like the winner last year, but then just got tired inside the 16th pole and passed. I like the horse a lot, but I also like number 1, Yola, getting 3-1 right now. Last 4 years, first off the layoff, 2 wins, a 3rd and a 4th place finish. Mike Nault does very well with his horses off more than 180 days or around there. He's 30%, and Yola was a solid $7,500 horse here at Assiniboia Downs before going down to Phoenix. draws the inside, has tactical speed, so I don't think it'll be too far away. So I like these two.
Yeah, no, that's a fair comment. We'll see if the year layoff or more is a problem. 3 is my second selection. Could have almost been my top selection. Mentioned on ASD Live that the horse only has 2 lifetime wins. Coming from Golden Gate, that's why I've got this horse no worse than second. It's going to stalk, similar running pattern, and kind of take over late if it's ready to go.
And one of the new jockeys here, Dane Dawkins, he has been here before, and he's the leading rider in Jamaica in 2022. So that is quite recent. And let's talk about number 2, the Boss Factor. You get jockey Sachin Paris. This is a 10-pound bug. He comes by way of Barbados. And if you're a 10-pound bug, you have less than 5 wins. So he is going to get a weight advantage in here, but we've had so many good riders come out of Barbados, one of them being Antonio Whitehall, the other Chris Husbands. Both were leading riders.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to give this horse 1, but I'm going to really take note of his riding and see how this horse finishes up, because you can set him up for next time.
All right, what are your wagers in here, Stretch?
All right, it's early. It's race 1. I don't want to get behind the 8 ball too early. Going to start with a little pick 3, $2 pick 3 wheel, because I want to hit this first race. 1, 3, and 4, singling the lone speed in the second, and then got a long shot in there in that third race. So 3, 6, and 8, total 18. If you just want to do a $1 one, it's 9.
Yeah, myself, I'm going after the exactor box. I'm boxing the 1 and 4, a $10 exactor box for 20. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 1, and we'll see you back for race 2. The horses are on the track for race number 1, the Don Gray Memorial. They're going to go 5 furlongs for $10,400. Number 1 is Yola, owned by A2 Thoroughbreds, trained by Michael Nault with Praven Badri. Number 2 is the Boss Factor, owned by Quinny Racing, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Sachin Paris. Number 3 is Bronze One, owned by Windancer Stable, trained by Wendy Anderson with Dane Dawkins. Number 4 is Shootin' Money, owned by Wade Salmon, trained by Elton Dickey with Antonio Whitehall. Number 5 is Smart Call, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Neville Stevenson. And rounding out the opener is number 6, Grand Prado, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Sven Balrub. Post time for race number 1, approximately 3 minutes away.
All right, the boys going 5 furlongs to kick off the opening race of the season. Always exciting in that sense. Let's start with the 4. I think this horse can be the speed of the speed in here. It's going to be Catch Me If You Can. You've got the leading rider last year of Antonio Whitehall, and he knows how to get these speed horses out. Top selection, looking for some value. Maybe the 3 horse coming from Golden Gate, very successful angle to use from the last few years. And don't leave out the 1. If runs back off this layoff, certainly can be right there, but let's go 4, 3, and 1. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you on those top 3 horses. But I'm going to number 1, Yola, who has won twice off a layoff early on. Does have tactical speed. Won't be on the front end, but I don't think it'll be too far away. And might be able to catch number 4, Shootin' Money, who I think will be clear, just like you think, Stretch. And I think the rallier is going to be the horse coming by way of Golden Gate Bronze 1. So I'm going to give you 1, 4, and 3. Good luck here in race number 1.
Time.
Yola, the first one to step into the starting gate. The Boss Factor now moves in. Next up, Bronze 1. Bronze 1 getting a little extra assistance from the gate crew. He's now in. Next up, the current 8-5 favorite, Shootin' Money. Now just 2 left to load. Smart Call. And just waiting on Grand Prado to the outside. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off. Breaking very slowly out of the gate is the Boss Factor. But breaking sharp on the outside, Grand Prado shows some good early speed in between horses. Shootin' Money on the rail. Yola, flashing speed, 3 across the track. Right behind them, Bronze 1, Smart Call. And after the poor beginning, that trailer is the Boss Factor. The opening quarter, 24 seconds, and Yola now opens up the early lead by a length and a half. Shootin' Money back to second to the outside. Grand Prado still right there, and Smart Call rallying nicely to the outside. It's Yola with the lead now, 4.5 of 47 and 2. This one's over at the 16th pole. This is all Yola, who's gonna take the first. Head bobs on the wire for second between Bronze 1 and Smart Call. The stewards have posted number 1 Yola as your unofficial winner. A photograph has been called to determine the place and show positions. They went the opening quarter 24 seconds, the half 47-1. Time for the 5 furlongs, 1 minute even. Results of the photo show number 5 Smart Call finishing second. Third goes to number 3 Bronze One, and fourth to number 6 Gran Prado. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner of the Don Gray Memorial. That's number 1, Yola. Yola is a dark bear brown gelding, 7 years old, by Society's chairman, out of the mare Calenetry by Forestry, owned by A2 Thoroughbreds, trained by Michael Nault, and ridden to victory by Praven Badry. Time for the 5 furlongs, 1 minute even. Assiniboia Downs to very pleased to have on hand the HBPA and the Gray family to make a blanket presentation to our winner of race number 1, Yola. In the upcoming second race, the in loving memory of Dave Blackmore, kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering, number 5 Pray for Peace. Make the jockey Praven Badry. We'll carry on with the changes in this evening's pick 5. Race 3, number 2 Naughty Kimmy. Make the jockey Sven Balrup. And scratch number 4 Pam's Awesome. Turning your programs to race 4, number 1 Mr. K. Make the jockey Neville Stevenson. And turning your programs to race number 5, number 2 Hot Stove League. Make the jockey Arthur Badu. Jackpot pick 5 wagering for the in loving memory of Dave Blackmore race here in race number 2 here at Assiniboia Downs. And Assiniboia Downs has introduced a new 50-50 draw that will take place every race night. Tickets are 1 for $10, 10 for $20, 50 for $50, and 200 for $100. Tickets can be purchased at guest services or the VLT cage on the second floor, or from designated 50-50 ticket sellers who are walking around the facility, or you can even go to 50-50 at asdowns.com. The draw takes place at 10 p.m. tonight, and the proceeds will benefit Final Furlong and the Winners Foundation. And we're gonna send it back down in front of the winner's circle. We're gonna kick off our races with the Lady Warrior. Okay, down to you, Howie.
All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing the Lady Warrior Race is our ladies' race that is one lap around the track. The ladies can choose either to ride without a saddle or to ride bareback. They could use a saddle or bareback, that's their choosing. And they have one race around the track, and to give them gas in the tank, we need you to make some noise for our Lady Warrior Race when they set up. And there they are. Make some noise!
And Howie, there they go. It's Stick Racing, the first one to go and capture the early lead into the first turn. On the outside, 150A Racing, and then it's back to In It to Win It, and the early trailer, Big Bad Wolf, but Stick Racing. And that's going to be Lakeisha Ross and Trojan. They're looking powerful halfway through the race. Back in second, 150A Racing, now starting to get a little closer. And then In It to Win It, and Big Bad Wolf still the trailer. 150A Racing trying to hang, or Stick Racing, sorry, trying to hang on. But a big move on the outside. 150A Racing, Kaylee Sanders makes the move. It's these two that are hitting the head of the lane. Daylight in between everybody else. But Stick Racing maybe played a little possum early and is still up by 2 lengths. They're down the lane, coming to the wire. Stick Racing with the lead. 150A Racing trying to make it to the wire, but the wire's coming too quick. Stick Racing is gonna take the Lady Warrior Race. What a race that was, Howie. Stick Racing getting it done in the opening race of the evening for the Manito Ahbee Festival.
All right, thank you, Kirk. We're going to ask to pay attention right here, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to ask Lisa and Darren the following questions. Introducing Lisa Meaches, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give her a big round of applause. Introducing, ladies and gentlemen, Darren Dunn. Lisa, what is the traditional meaning behind IHR?
Well, Indian Horse Relay is emulated after the old horse race back in the day prior to contact, and so it was expected that tribes would go in through the back of the camp and steal the horses from the other tribes. So it's pretty time-honored tradition.
Thank you, Lisa. And Darren, what does IHR mean to ASD?
It means pride. It means a chance to share history, share culture, and put on a display of what is the original extreme sport in Turtle Island, North America. Indian Horse Relay Racing, our 3rd year, and with great pride, we've integrated it with our thoroughbred races this year and for many years to come.
Wow. Lisa and Darren, are we a step closer to truth and reconciliation?
I believe we are, and time will judge that further. I think it's a puzzle that is full of pieces. You can't put a puzzle together instantly, but if you're meaningfully working together to put those pieces together, you'll eventually get that puzzle together. 5 o'clock today, we proudly raised the Treaty 1 flag here. I've worked here over 40 years, and that all close horse races aside, I've never had goosebumps like I did. Such pride. It bookends Peguis First Nation flag, so appropriate in an infield, and will be there forever.
What is your future goals for Indian Horse Relay? What is your future goals?
Our hope is to continue this Indian Horse Relay event and ensuring that every First Nation child has this opportunity to have the relationship with our sacred Shukuwanka, our holy dog, the sacred horse.
Growth, continuation, shared collaboration. We'd like to see this as a 2-day event next year. Manitoba is new to the scene and will only grow. And to your support, everyone, thank you so much. It's a beautiful exhibition tonight, and you'll see it again and again.
Back to you, Kirt.
Thank you very much, Howie. Up next, more action on the racetrack. It is our Warrior Race. 4 teams assembled in it to win it. 150A Racing, Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs, and Stick Racing. Howie. We got 4. It looks like 3 to me. Who's missing, Howie?
The Warrior Race is right now. The Warrior Race is our race of athletic running, jumping, and riding. The Warrior begins 50 feet behind his horse, sprints with great skill and agility, mounts his horse, races 1 lap. We got to make some noise for our racers. The Assembly of Manitoba is still coming back over here. And as you can see, they're 50 feet behind their horse. And they're ready to go as soon as they get right here, as soon as the horse gets here. And we're going to make some noise as loud as we can to give them the gas to make it around the horn.
And the riders are off. And now the horses are off. What a move that was. Wow, on the outside, he was a part of the horse. He flew about 10 feet and landed on the horse and now opened up about 20 lengths on the field. Back in second, that's going to be 150A Racing. And the other one started to roll from the back. It's still a couple of back to Stick Racing and Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs. But oh my, what a lead so far for In It to Win It. They are up still by about 15 lengths on the rest of them. 150A Racing trying to get into it in second. Back on third on the outside. Showing a little bit of late life. That's Stick Racing. But In It to Win It looking absolutely powerful. Off that dream start. Hits the head of the lane and is still up by about 25 lengths. In It to Win It, making this look real easy and just coasting to victory. Hopefully he's not being a little too easy on the win, but is gonna get it done and done easy with second going to 150A Racing. Okay, Howie, back down to you. What a start that was.
All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, what do you think of that race? All right, Darren, I got some interviews. All right, Darren, what did you think of that first race right here?
If that isn't true skill and talent, no saddle, no stirrups. How about that for natural ability? Amazing and inspiring.
Thank you, Darren. Hey, Lisa, what do you think of that? That's getting exciting out here.
Absolutely. Watching those women on those horses is spectacular. Let's give them another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Don't forget to fill up the foyer with your food and water and make some noise. We're going to go with our next set. As soon as the horses get here, we're going to go with the setup of our Chiefs race. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Manito Ahbee. Thank you. Let's give her a big round of applause. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, introducing our Chief race. The Chief race is our men's race. This is one lap around the track, and that men must ride bareback. Sending it back up to you, Kirt, for this one race.
Thank you very much, Howie. We got 4 horses going to the line. They're all getting ready. Last rider is up. This is our Chiefs race. They're all getting set. They're all getting ready. And they're off. Quick start on the inside for In It to Win It. Also up close early, 150A. Then it's a gap of about 12 lengths. Back to Stick Racing and Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs is going to try and run them down, but does have a long way to go. But it's still the leader is In It to Win It. On the outside, 150A. Stick Racing has made up an enormous amount of ground and already reeled in second, and now going after the leader. The leader's still In It to Win It with Stick Racing, with Life on the outside. These two have opened up about 3 more lengths on Stick Racing and the early trailer Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs. But In It to Win It repels the challenge at the head of the lane and now responds and has opened up about 8 with an 1/8 of a mile to go. It's In It to Win It. Oh, getting a little excited. And there we go. No hands. Coming to the wire. In It to Win It. Gets it done. Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs. What a rally from nowhere to get second. Howie, another real exciting race.
Kirt, I tell you what, it's going to get more and more exciting. We have some dancers here that are chomping at the bit. We're going to have 1 push-up. We have the fastest pair of moccasins, including the horse. They represent the horse dance. The fur that's around their ankles that represents the fur at the bottom of the horses. We have our horse dancer here. Spirit Sands, give us 1 fast start. Show them what they have. Kirt, we're sending it back upstairs to you.
Thank you very much, Howie. Another exciting race. There's still 2 more Indian relays to go. But race 2 here at Assiniboia Downs, kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering. They'll go to post in 15 minutes. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 2, an allowance optional $20,000 claimer for the boys 3 and up, going the exact same 5 furlongs. Kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering. Quick look back at race number 1 stretch. Yola, well, now it's 3 out of 5 winnings first time out.
Yeah, exactly. Good call on your part.
A little bit of homework.
Yeah, you got the win out of the way to kick it off. Yeah, it's solid. You knew that horse is classy.
So I pick more winners now.
You were up 1,
At
yes.
least right now.
Right now, yes.
Okay.
All right, let's keep moving. Track looks great out there.
Doesn't it?
And then those last races in between were awesome races. Good race call very exciting, a couple of those finishes.
And just take note, number 5, Pray for Peace, the jockey Praven Badri.
Very good. Okay, we're both on the same horse here, the 2-horse. This horse just won races here at ASD and then went to Aqueduct, which is a tougher track. Was very competitive, even tried a grade 3 and didn't get out of the gate that well that day, but just being in that level was tough. But then those next 3 races were so good. Watch the horse, just got tired late, shortens up, drops in class. This is the horse you got to catch.
You didn't want to talk about it breaking the track record at Century Downs in the middle?
Well, that's
absolutely. That's pretty good for a horse with a little bit of speed. And I'm with you on Jafafa. I don't think anybody in here can match the speed of Jafafa, and at the 5 furlongs, I think this just is the absolute perfect distance. My second selection in here is number 5, Pray for Peace, with jockey Praven Badri. This is a horse that is the only other horse in the race in this 5-horse field that has starts under the belt, and I think that's absolutely huge. Was racing at Sam Houston and Fawner, and I do like the 2 sprint races, third beaten 6, going 6 furlongs, and I thought that was a great race on the turf, going 5/8 of a mile, and only beaten by 3 3/4 lengths. I think Pray for Peace sits in the top 3, but still has to chase and catch Jafafa.
Absolutely. I went to the one, Big Nick won its first start last year here after coming from Oaklawn Park. This horse is a sprinter, can sit a nice trip along the rail. I think this horse is the one that gets the first run if the 2 backs up. We saw that there was a bit of a duel in the first race. The closers, the 3-horse tried to close, couldn't close on the rail, so I'm going to be watching that. The other ones, that 5 was a stalker closer and hung on for second, so we'll see if the track plays that way.
See, the rail might be a little bit deep because we did have a lot of rain over the last week, and they were able to do a little bit of work on the track, but obviously not as much as they would like to. I got to talk about number 3, Explosive. Here's a horse that ran very well last year, 7 times here at the Downs. 2 wins, 2 seconds, and a 3rd place finish. The big question mark here is the distance. Has went twice at the distance and was a no-show in the top 3. I'm looking at this to be a little bit of a tightener for Explosive, and he's going against a lot of stake horses that he did run close to, Big Nick and Magic Tiger last year, but I just don't think sprinting is his forte.
Yeah, and I'm with you. Magic Tiger won 5 here at ASD last year, but going a little bit longer. Some of the best performance of the year, but understand we're only going 5 furlongs. This horse is going to sit a little farther back and have to make up an awful lot of ground in only 5 furlongs. Has the class. I think it's a prep, but I couldn't leave him out of my top 3.
Yeah, definitely. Look at that workout tab. 48-1, 101, and back-to-back 101s going the 5/8. And the last 2 were the best of the day. And there was quite a few horses that worked that day. So, yeah, Magic Tiger, but I'm taking 2, 5, and 1. All right, let's go to our wagers here in race 2. It's pick 5 times stretch. Maybe I can get one of these things.
Yeah, I'm just...
It's good to get it early.
Get it early.
Maybe I'm the only one, and then I take home all the money.
Maybe, but not with that ticket.
Yeah,
okay.
I know.
All right, I got 2 tickets because that's what I do. I got an exactor because I do like this race.
You only spent $12?
Yeah, that's all I need. A $5 exactor wheel, 2 with 1-4, because I do like this race and I do like the 2. In the pick 5, I keyed the 2. If you look on the screen, it's 2, 3, 5, 6, 8, and then 4, 7 with 4, 7, 9, and the 4, 6 in the last. 4's a long shot, Kirt. I think you should spend some money and add my 4.
Yeah, I think I maybe should take Kate's Princess out of there because I think at best she runs second. So I don't know why I put her in there, but, she's beaten me a few times last year. So it's one of those things.
Yeah.
But I'm going to key the 2 also. Then I'm going to take the 1, 3, 8. Then the 1, 2, 4, 7. Then I'm loading up in race number 5. 1, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9. And I'm going to round it out in race 6 with the 3 and 6. That costs $28.80. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 2. And we'll see you back for race 3. Kicking off $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. And ladies and gentlemen, be sure to check out the 140 VLTs in our spacious Club West Gaming Lounge. It's located on the second level of the grandstand, and it's open all day, every day from 10 a.m. to 1 a.m. The horse on the track for race number 2, the In Loving Memory of Dave Blackmore. They're going to go 5 furlongs for $20,500. Number 1 is Big Nick, owned by Roll the Dice Stable and Royce Finley, trained by Lace Pruitt with Antonio Whitehall. Number 2 is Jeffafa, owned by Pierre Esquirol, trained by Wendy Anderson with Demario Bino. Number 3 is Explosive, owned by Artisan Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt with Rashad Knights. Number 4 is Magic Tiger, owned by Bill Meikle and Wind Dancer Stable, trained by Wendy Anderson with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Rounding out the field is number 5, Pray for Peace, owned by Henry Wood Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Praven Badry. The In Loving Memory of Dave Blackmore race here in race number 2, kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering. They'll go to post in approximately 3 minutes.
All right, this time the boys again are going 5 furlongs in an allowance. High-level kind of prep race for a stake coming in June. Who's the speed? That's the 2. It's going to be Catch 'em If You Can, and he is fast early. Coming in from Aqueduct, showed solid speed there and just got tired late. Shortens up in distance. Where's the value? Maybe in the exactor. Big Nick has a couple nice workouts coming in. Should be the stalking trip along the rail. Try to make a late run. And then the other one is the 4-horse. Won multiple stakes races last year. Also has some 5 furlong works. Got to use that one. 2-1-4. Kirt.
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you on number 2, Jafafa. Looks like the speed of the race. Catch me if you can. But they're going to have a hard time doing it. So I got to put him on top also. But I'm going to number 5, Pray for Peace. To round out my exactor in here, Pray for Peace has had winter racing under the belt, and I think we'll be sitting closer than the other 3. Big Nick will be up there also, who's my other selection, but I think Pray for Peace will have a little bit more bottom, so I'm going to go 2, 5, and 1. Good luck here in race number 2. Big Nick has settled himself down in the starting gate. The 3-5 favorite, Jeff Fafa. Now stepping up. And in. Explosive is next. Just 2 left to load. Magic Tiger. And now just waiting on Pray for Peace to the outside. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off. Great start for all but Jafafa. Flashes that early speed and takes over the lead early by 3/4 of a length. Big Nick secures the rail in second. Explosive up close early in third. Magic Tiger on the outside in fourth. And Pray for Peace will be the early trailer. Opening quarter 23-3. And it's Big Nick and Jafafa. These two hammering it out on the front end. Making a move, Magic Tiger going 3 wide. Pray for Peace has darted for the rail. They hit the head of the lane. It's Big Nick on the inside. Jafafa on the outside, still nose and nose. Pray for Peace coming with a late run in between the horses. 16th of a mile to go. Jafafa, but Pray for Peace goes on by and gets the lead. Second for Badgery. Second's going to go to Jafafa. Close for third between Big Nick and Magic Tiger. The Stewart's supposed to number 5, Pray for Peace, as your unofficial winner. Second goes to number 2, Jafafa. Third to number 4, Magic Tiger. And fourth to number 1, Big Nick. They went the opening quarter 23-3. The half 47 seconds. Time for the 5 furlongs, 59-3. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner of the in loving memory of Dave Blackmore race. That's number 5, Pray for Peace. Pray for Peace is a Grey Roan gelding, 5 years old, by Liam's Map, out of the Mare Star Pearl by Tappet. Owned by Henry Wood Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno, and ridden to victory by Praven Badry. Time for the 5 furlongs, 59-3. Congratulations goes out to jockey Praven Badry, who scores the early daily double. 2 wins for jockey Praven Badry. In the upcoming third race, kicking off $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering, number 2, Naughty Kimmy, make the jockey Sven Balrup, and scratch number 4, Pam's Awesome. We'll carry on with the rest of the changes in this evening's Pick 4. Turning your programs to race number 4. Number 1, Mr. K. Make the jockey Neville Stevenson. Number 5, Moon Connection. Make the ownership Droppin' Racing. Now turning your programs to race number 5. Number 2, Hot Stove League. Make the jockey Arthur Badu. Number 8, Marquee Well. The ownership should read LNA Stable and Jared Brown. And number 9, Run Today, should be listed as a first-time gelding. $25,000 guaranteed Pick 4 wagering starts right here in race number 3. They'll go to post in 20 minutes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's that time again. It's Indian Relay Heat number 1 with Good-Hearted Horses and rider Darwin Ward and Big Bad Wolf with Caden Stanley. Down to you, Howie. You get the close look at the action.
Thank you. All right, thank you, Kirt. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we're asking you to come back in here and check. This is the race we're all waiting for. This is Heat 1 in the Indian Horse Relay. Today's Indian Relay, exhilarating and thrilling 3-lap race between teams consisting of holder, setter, back holder, and rider. The rider must mount his first horse at the starting line and make 2 exchanges after each lap in the team's respective box. Keep your eye on the exchanges, as this is where the athlete ability of each rider comes into play and can make all the difference in the race. We hope you enjoy the Indian Relay race. Ladies and gentlemen, here they are. Make some noise.
And they're off, Howie. Big Bad Wolf. Rider Caden Stanley with horse Tannen. He wanted the lead, and he's got it all right. 15 lengths ahead of Darwin Ward. Good-hearted horses, and the horse is unnoticed. They are halfway through the first lap, but there is 3 laps, and the exchanges mean everything. But Big Bad Wolf, Tannen, and Caden Stanley still up by about a dozen. Darwin Ward for Good-hearted horses on unnoticed. He's kind of slowing down in that turn, as they both are trying to negotiate it, as they don't have a saddle. So Caden Stanley will be the first one to hit the head of the lane with the big lead. Going to be looking for his second horse, Cash, after this. Still now up by about 16, 17 lengths. Ready to come to his team to make the transition. Getting a little leg weary late. 16th of a mile to go in lap number 1. This is Team Big Bad Wolf. Tannen, that's the horse. He did his job. Now the second horse is gonna be Cash. Here's the transition. And there he goes. He's off for lap number 2 on Cash. The second one, Darwin Ward. He got the horse. He made it there. He's going to try and make his way to Moose, who is going to be the second horse in the relay. Caden Stanley, he's all by himself on the backside. About 3/8 of a mile lead right now. But Darwin Ward on Moose. He's going to hope that Moose can sprout wings here to close the gap. About a third of the racetrack he is behind right now. But Caden Stanley with Cash, he's still cruising along, enjoying life. He's got 3/8 of a mile to go before he does his last horse switch. Darwin Ward, he seems to be going along really well. He's halfway through his second lap. Coming to the head of the lane, Caden Stanley. He's still insurmountable lead, at least for right now. Anything can happen. Horse looks tired. That's Cash. But he only has 1/8 of a mile, and he's going to have a fresh tank and a fresh set of hooves. Darwin Ward is making up ground. He's now less than a quarter mile behind. But Caden Stanley, Cash has done his job here. He secured the lead for Big Bad Wolf. Here comes the transition. It's all about the transition here. There he goes. And this one's a little different transition. But Caden Stanley, he's still there. He goes. And he's on Big Country. Big Country, a fresh set of legs. And there he goes. Darwin Ward, he's coming back and looking for his final horse. He's going to be hopping off a Moose here and looking for Scar and hoping Scar can really work a miracle. Well, maybe he's not. I think Darwin Ward said he's got a little too big of a lead. Well, Caden Stanley, he's still got to stay on. No saddle, nothing to work with, but he's just cruising along. 3/8 of a mile to go. Big Country and Caden Stanley for Big Bad Wolf. There they go. They're almost done. Just a little over a quarter mile to go. Cheer them all on. Wow, the athleticism between these guys to get on these is amazing. Caden Stanley at the head of the lane. Big Country going around in circles. Wants to get his picture taken, but it's not going to be today. You got to do one more lap. Come on, Big Country, or Scar, you should know that. But here we go. Big Bad Wolf, Caden Stanley, and horse Big Country. No hands to the wire. Getting it done, Big Bad Wolf. All right, back down to you, Howie.
All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, what do you think about that race? Let's make some noise. We're going to go back to the drummers right here, and we're going to introduce our dancers right here. We have Lil Mike Jr. Esquire. She's going to give a demonstration of the gas dance right here. For us Spirit Sands, if you help us out, please give us a grass dance song. Here we go, Junior Esquire. All right, all right. All right. You know, we have a hoop dancer here that's going to tell us through song and dance. I'll tell you what their Spirit Sounds. We're going to come to you. We're going to do the hoop dance. And a lot of people were watching her do the walk around with these hoops. And I noticed you slung about 5 away. You're only going to use this much here? You don't want to use them all? We have a little bit of time. Did you want me to try? I'm too fat. I mean fluffy. They say our bodies are 70% water, right? I'm kind of flooded right now. So are you going to use those hoops, or this is good enough? This is good enough? Spirit Sands, when you help us out, she's going to tell a story through her hoops. This goes back a long time ago, but when the lightning would hit the tree and there was a flake of a stick that would come off, they would put it in a circle and they would make a hoop. When they collected enough, they would come back and tell a story. Am I telling the truth or not? Yeah, there you go. Give her a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. She made the eagle. There it is. Let's give her a round of applause. And the world wants to know who you are, what's your name, and where you come from. Oh, don't make me run. I hate running. Last time I had the urge to jog, I just sat on the couch till that urge passed. What's your name?
Shanley Spence.
Shanley Spence. And where's Shanley Spence from? Pucketawag and way up north over there, eh? Let's give her a round of applause. Introducing our heat number 2 in the Indian Relay. Up next, we have our Indian Horse Relay races. Okay. All right. My bad. I was just kind of racing because she got me all excited. We're going to go back for over here, and we're going to go with our another dancer. Where's our other dancer? Where's our grass dancer? We're going to go with Mike Jr. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, Lil Mike. He's the champion grass dancer out of Swan Lake, but makes his way over to Steinbeck, I do believe. He's going to demonstrate the grass dance. So for those of you who are understanding the grass dance is a non-bustle dance. He's a fringe, a ribbon dancer. And what he does, he's going to mimic the swaying of the grass. That's why we call it the grass dance. All the beautiful movements. He does 101 moves, and that's just on one side. He has to do the same 101 moves on the other side. That's how you become the world champ. One of the again, he does his own beadwork. He does his own quill work. This is porcupine hair, genuine porcupine hair. So if you see a porcupine laying on the road with no hair, it's right there. Ladies and gentlemen, our little junior Mike Asquash. Ladies and gentlemen, how about a big round of applause for our grass dancer, Kirt? I'm throwing it right back up to you. Take it away, Kirt.
And welcome back down the paddock for race number 3, kicking off $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering with an allowance race for filly 3-year-olds that are maidens are going 5 furlongs. Number 2, Naughty Kimmy, make the jockey Sven Balrup. Number 4, Pam's Awesome is scratched. Quick look back at race number 2 stretched. Well, Jeff Uffa, the big favorite, was up there by 3/4 of a length, but Big Nick was relentless, and that set it up for Pray for Peace.
Absolutely. I thought it was just maybe a step slow by the 2 in that race. Usually breaks a little sharper, rushes up. A great battle, but the 5 came from last on 5 furlongs. So that's
so we had a winner on the front and one come from last.
Just makes it that much tougher. And here we go, pick 4.
Race 3, here we go.
Pick 4 sequence. It's going to fly over the 25,000. This is a tough sequence. Speaking of tough sequence, here we go. Let's start with the 6, 13-1. My long shot play, taking a shot on a horse that shows some speed. I think this horse is on the improve. And it's important to check equipment with these horses because it's the start of the meet. They can change equipment, so
They can start with anything. So if there wasn't blinkers in their last start, they come out with blinkers. They don't have to report it. That's why it's not in the program.
exactly. And so that's why we got to kind of watch and see. This horse had blinkers last time out, has them again this time. I think this horse is on the improve. The workouts are steady, not fast, but that's okay because this horse has some speed, but I like to see if he can carry his, she can carry her speed that much farther. Longest shot on the board, Kirt.
Yeah, that's kind of surprising. Woodbine horses did really well here last year. I went with number 8, Hyper Holiday, in this wide open event. This horse ran 2 really good races at Woodbine late in the year in October and November, ran a third to a horse that won easy and only lost by 3/4 of a length to a comeback winner. The next time out was well bet, stretched out a little more, didn't run a bad race, was 4th beaten 4 in the end, and just lost the photo for third. That was a decent field. Devin Gittins can get him ready to go at first asking, so I'm taking a different Woodbine horse.
For sure. No, I like your selection for sure. I'll be using that in the pick 4. Let's go to we both have the 3 horse in here, Tree Hugger. Another Golden Gate, another Wendy Anderson. The first one of the day finished 3rd along the rail. Trying to figure out.
Lost the photo.
Did lose the photo for 2nd. This horse, nice even effort. 2 back, ran a mile. So this horse, to me, shows that it can run at least evenly and looks like it's ready to go in shape, where the others may need one, may back up a little bit, like the 2nd race, and also has a couple 5 furlong works coming in over the ASD, which I do like, as I mentioned on ASD Live. I don't think you can leave that horse out.
And a really flashy half-mile work in 47. That's the best work out of all the horses in here. Another horse I like is number 1, Au Pair. That is taking some money, 10-1 morning line, coming by way of Tampa. Ran for 16 first time out. And the Buffalo stable claimed this horse with High Road stable. And then they bumped it up to 25,000. But the horse ran a better race, beat 6 horses in there. I like that. There was a big gap. The winner came back to win. I don't think this horse does possess any speed. It's going to be one of those rallying types, but Tampa horses do very well at our track.
For sure. Let's take a look at the 5 co-favorite. Raced here last year. A couple nice 2nd and 3rd races showing speed. It's Lisa's 2nd start on the card. Big Nick ran big. So if her horses are ready to go, you can't leave this horse out. We know this horse is going to go as fast and as far as she can, with room potentially to improve.
Well, Lisa had Big Nick ready to go.
Yes, exactly.
Battling out with Jafafa. Another one to look at, number 2, Naughty Kimmy, coming out of the Jerry Gorno barn. He just won the last race. And this is one of the 3 horses that have winter racing under the belt. And what Naughty Kimmy brings to the race is speed. And that could be key in here. If Naughty Kimmy gets loose on the front end, she just might go all the way.
Yeah, absolutely. And was running the 4 furlongs, and when you're getting the lead going short. Let's go to the 7, and another Woodbine Invader. Again, 9-1, nice price. Similar form from the 6 and the 8. It's who's going to take to the track, and that's the key. We've seen, as you mentioned last year, the Woodbine horses did quite well, but in previous years, sometimes they do poorly, like quite poorly. There was a run of that. So I don't know what to do with it. Price is right. Worth a shot at 9-1.
Yeah, I did get beat by the 8 Hyper Holiday, but they are both coming out of the same barn. All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 3. Stretch, what do you have?
All right, we've got 2 bets. Imagine that, as you would say.
Yeah.
I had to bet a couple of bucks.
Oh, so you're going to be alive to the second leg.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, but I also have my win bet on the 6. It's going to be a big price. Couldn't leave it out. That's how tough this first leg is. So it's simply put all with 4, 5, 7, with King the 7, and then the 4 and 6 in the last. It's a $42 ticket with the chance of a couple prices in there.
And myself, I'm going to take the 1, 3, and 8 in here. Then I'm going to take the 1 and 4, then 7, 8, and 9, and round it out with the 3 and 6. That ticket will cost $36. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 3, and we'll see you back for race 4. The horses are on the track for race number 3. They're going to go 5 furlongs for $20,000. Number 1 is Au Pair, owned by Marvin and Deb Buffalo and High Road Stable, trained by Marvin Buffalo with Demario Bino. Number 2 is Naughty Kimmy, owned by Mike Powers, trained by Jerry Gorno with Sven Balrup. Number 3 is Tree Hugger, owned by Wind Dancer Stable, trained by Wendy Anderson with Antonio Whitehall. Number 4, Pam's Awesome, was scratched. Number 5 is Yellow Birdie, owned by Arneson Farms and Oslin Bell, trained by Lise Pruitt with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 6 is Blue Tango, owned by Black Diamond Stable and Kenneth Lee Gardepee, trained by Tom Gardepee Jr. with Rashad Knights. Number 7 is Glen Rosa, owned by Devin Gittins and Gregoire Mavales, trained by Devin Gittins with Dwight Lewis. And rounding out the field is number 8, Hyper Holiday, owned by Jim Ward and Kim Fossey, trained by Devin Gittins with Siobhan Bell. $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering starts right here in race 3, and they'll go to post in approximately 3 minutes. And ladies and gentlemen, we've drawn our VIP Fan of the Night. Congratulations goes out to initial F. Allen. That's initial F. Allen. Congratulations. You're our VIP Fan of the Night. Please report to guest services on the main floor, South End.
All right, the girls going 5 furlongs looking for their first win. That's maidens for you. Let's try a long shot in here, and that's the 6. Coming from Woodbine, and really improved its last race last time. I think this horse could go right to the lead, or maybe even stalk and take over at a big price. Can't leave it out. It's a wide open field. The 8 horse is the other Woodbine horse. That's Kirt's top selection. That horse could be, I'll give you the current favorite that you can't leave out. Tree Hugger should be a stalker, should just sit just behind the duel and try to take over. But I'm going to give you the price horse at 6 and then 8 and 3. Kirt?
Thanks, Stretch. And I went to number 8, Hyper Holiday. I like those 2 races at Woodbine last year. The 3rd and the 4th place finish, not beaten by many. 15,000. Yeah, it's not the top out at Woodbine, but that is decent. So I'm going to take a shot on that one at 3-1. I also like number 1, Au Pair, the Tampa Invader. Looks bad getting beat by double digits, but watch for this horse to fly at him late. And I agree with Tree Hugger. Big works all the way around. 5-2 on the board for a trainer that gets horses out of California and wins 60% of the time. So I'm going to give you 8, 1, and 3. Good luck here in race 3.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Au Pair will be the first filly to enter the starting gate. Naughty Kimmy, she's found her spot. Tree Huggers next. The current favorite, Yellow Birdie, set to step in. Here comes Blue Tango. Just 2 left to load. Glen Rosa. And now just waiting on Hyper Holiday to the outside. Hyper Holiday a little fractious. Unseating rider Siobhan Bell. Hyper Holiday will now load without the rider. Now the horse is in. Siobhan Bell will climb back aboard. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the inside, that's Naughty Kimmy, showing a little bit of early speed in between horses. Yellow Birdie, 3 wide, Blue Tango, Glen Rosa sitting back in 4th, Au Pair in 5th. Then it's Tree Hugger and Hyper Holiday, the early trailer, about 7 off the lead. Yellow Birdie and Blue Tango. These two battling it out through the opening quarter mile. Glen Rosa sitting back, waiting to pounce on them. And Tree Hugger is back in 4th. They hit the head of the lane, and it's Yellow Birdie with the lead. Glen Rosa splitting horses coming after the leader, and Tree Hugger to the far outside. It's Yellow Birdie on the outside. Glen Rosa, Tree Hugger, and Au Pair has absolutely mowed him on down. Au Pair is going to get the win. Looks like Tree Hugger finishing second. Close for third between Hyper Holiday and Glen Rosa. The Stewart's opposed to number 1, Au Pair. As your race winner, a photograph has been called to determine the place and show positions. Results of the photo show number 3, Tree Hugger. Finishing second. Third goes to number 8, Hyper Holiday. And fourth to number 7, Glen Rosa. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race number 3, that's number 1, Au Pair. Au Pair is a Bay filly, 3 years old, by Gervin. Out of the mare Love Me Like You Do by Harlan's Holiday. Owned by Marvin and Deb Buffalo and High Road Stable. Trained by Marvin Buffalo and ridden to victory by Demario Bino. Time for the 5 furlongs, 101 and 1. Race 3 is official in the upcoming 4th race. Nikki's Prince Charming Classic. Number 1, Mr. K. Make the jockey Neville Stevenson. Number 5, Moon Connection. The ownership should read Droppin' Racing. The late pick 3 kicks off here in race number 4. And just a reminder to get your 50-50 tickets. Tickets are 1 for $10, 10 for $20, 50 for $50, or 200 for $100. Tickets can be purchased at Guest Services, the VLT Cashier's Cage on the 2nd level, or from designated 50-50 ticket sellers who are walking the facility. Or you can also go 50-50 at asdowns.com. Ticket sales will close tonight at 9:50, about 30 minutes away. They're off in Heat 2 of the Indian Relay. Stick Racing has some early gas, but 158 Racing takes that early lead now. Settled in second, in it to win it with Stick Racing. Now in third is the first lap, and they're tightly grouped, only 8 lengths. From front to back, 150A Racing has the lead, but nose and nose with In It to Win It. It's Evade and VJ the horses. Back into the back, That's Stick Racing, who's still in contention, but it's in it to win it. Joe Jackson and Aveda now taking the lead by about 6 lengths. Rallying from the back of the field, it's 150, or Stick Racing trying to get into it with 150A Racing. They hit the head of the lane. It's in it to win it on lap number 1 of 3. Joe Jackson and Invade will be the first ones to do the transfer to the second horse. Only 15 lengths from front to back. We'll see how this transfer is right now as Joe Jackson, he's topping off the first one and flew on to the next. Wow, that was athletic. And there he goes. River and Joe Jackson on in it to win it. In second, 150A Racing, Trey Delver now hops on Sparky, and trying to get going is Stick Racing. Courage Antoine has his second horse. Eddie's on patrol, but it's Joe Jackson and River with a huge lead right now. Already about an 1/8 of a mile and still pouring it on. In second, 150A Racing, Trey Delver and Spanky looking good, still on the front. In it to win it with a big lead on lap 2 of 3. 150A Racing is fading back about 3/8 of a mile and way back to Stick Racing, who had a very bad turnover of horses, but coasting along. Joe Jackson, one more horse to go, one more lap in Heat 2 of this Indian Relay Festival. Manito Ahbee. Wow, this is fun. Here it goes again. We're going to see if Joe can have the... Oh, wow. Joe, I'm going to call you Spider-Man. Joe is Spider-Man. Wow. The athleticism that happened on the exchange, absolutely amazing on Joe. Very nice turnaround for Trey Delver, who took his last horse, Tiger, and back to Stick Racing, trying to get their last horse, but still with the big lead. It's in it to win it. Joe Jackson and Hardly Forgotten the horse. They're up by about an 1/8 of a mile. Over half the race done, trying to get there. Trey Delver is not giving up. He's giving it his all and making up ground. Not a ton of it, but a little bit at a time. And look at the heart of Courage Antoine, who's still going to try from well back, but a half a lap. They're hitting the head of the lane. In it to win it, Joe Jackson, and Hardly Forgotten. He's already saluting the crowd, saying, yeah, baby, we're going to get it done. His team in it to win it. They were, and they're gonna a 16th of a mile to go. Hardly Forgotten, Joe Jackson in it to win it. Takes heat number 2. And a great try from 150A Racing, Trey Delver and horse Tiger. And rounding out the top 3, that's Courage Antoine, Stick Racing, and horse Riga. To round out the top 3, Howie. What a great night of racing.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, what do you think of that race? Let's make some noise. You know, ladies and gentlemen, the Indian Horse Relay, this race originated 400 years ago when the sacred horse was introduced to the plains. The relationship between horse and man was forged and made things such as hunting and traveling easier. The origin of the Indian relay. Some say it was used as war games, and others said it was a relay to hunt the buffalo, where the horses were adorned with traditional cloth, feathers, and painted symbols for luck and prosperity and for security. Ladies and gentlemen, our Indian horse relay is born and going to stay for another 1,000 years. Let's give them a big round of applause. Let's give Stick a big round of applause. He's right over here. Give him a wave. Stick for bringing the Indian relay. There he is with the hat off. A big job, and he does it well. Ladies and gentlemen, give Stick one more big round of applause. We're going to go to the drum group to say our thank you to our Indian horse relay. Spirit Sand singers, ladies and gentlemen, travel throughout Indian country, and I'm talking about the lower 48 in Canada. We have our Miss Manito Ahbee, Sophia Smoke. She's the newly crowned. We have our grass dancer. He's going to be singing there, but I guess, Sophia, you're on your own. We're going to demonstrate the style. The jingle dress dance is the healing dance in this category. For truth and reconciliation, for those of you who are hurting, for those of you who went through trauma and pain, laughter is our way to heal and to move forward, but we will never forget the trauma and the hurt that was bestowed upon us. With that, we'll heal and we'll dance and we'll love you. Spirit Sands. All right, we're going to take a picture with Stick and our organizers. Come on over here, Spirit Sands, and come on over here, dancers. Come on over here, Sophia. We're going to take a quick picture. For those of you who have cameras, take pictures. And for those of you who don't have cameras, take a long look. Come on over here, Spirit Sands. Bring your drum. Come and shake. I want to throw it back up to you, Kirt. Wrap it up for us. I love working with you, Kirt, upstairs.
Thank you, Howie. Great evening. Manito Ahbee Festival and Indian Relay Races. What a show they put on this evening, and we're so glad that you were able to share it with us. Race 4, kicking off the late pick 3, Nikki's Prince Charming Classic. Post time, 15 minutes away. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 4. We have an allowance optional $15,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up. They're going to go the 5 furlong distance. Number 1, Mr. K, make the jockey Neville Stevenson, and number 5, Moon Connection, make the owner Drop-In Racing. Let's take a quick look back at race number 3. Well, Stretch, it was a wide open race. We had 5 horses at the wire, but it was au pair at $4.
Yeah, I didn't get the memo. Did you?
No, I didn't either.
I
I liked the horse.
You did. You did.
But $4, I couldn't see that.
No, and the morning line 10-1, which I felt that was a fair price. The horse only had a couple starts, but we talked about horses improving. Maybe it was working out well in the morning. Came from Tampa, makes sense. Thanks for everybody jumping in on the pick 4. Over $100,000 on the pick 4. I nailed it. I got that.
You got that first leg?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you're all ticket.
Yeah, nothing like getting the
Hey, I'm
favorite.
alive, too.
Nothing like getting the favorite
I had
when
all
you hit
3
all.
of the top 3. It didn't matter which, well, it mattered in the end.
It did matter.
Which one, but no.
Anyway, here.
Through the leg.
All right,
race 4.
Here we go. We're both on the same horse, the 4. This is Stay Happy is the name of the horse. Jared Brown claims him back. This horse has been running at Turf Paradise. That last race was a monster effort. Tough field. I know the horses that he beat, and that's a good field. I like when he runs just off the pace and tries to take over. We know that the 7's probably going to go to the lead. Just a matter of what the decision is with the jockey or what the instructions are. But it is my top selection, and yeah.
See, one thing I like about Demario Bino, he is a patient rider. He isn't one of those hump and pump, get him out there. He's a speed horse, take everything out of him. He had put some rides together last year when it was his first year at the Downs, and I said, watch out for this guy early on because of the smart rides that he had. And I expect him to probably come off it today because Mr. K, the 1, has blazing speed, who I also like with Chicago's Gray. Even Brody Streak, he can even throw it into the fray. But I like Stay Happy also. I'm putting Mr. K in second, coming from Texas, Lone Star, and Sam Houston. This horse, a cutthroat sprinter. All his races, 5 furlongs. He had a 6 furlong race where he didn't really get out of the gate that day. But I expect this horse to be absolutely sent on the inside. And here's one that might be able to get loose. Jerry Gordo already has a win on the card. Speed has won 1 out of the 3 races. But I think this horse does have a shot coming from a good track.
Absolutely, and 4 furlongs. So when you're in for 4, usually you're an all-out sprinter. I did use the 7 because of the races last year early on. Once this horse gets the lead, he just keeps on going. A similar effort puts him right there. Then they tried the mile, and it's just not that type of horse. And then goes back and ran a couple, especially the last race of the year.
That was a huge race.
That was a nice race. So any of those put this horse in the winner's circle. You've got Antonio up 3-1. I think that's about the right price.
Yeah, another horse I like in here, number 2, Replete. Here's the bargain on the board right now at 12-1. This is a horse that's been knocking on the door all year long, hasn't got the win, had 2 seconds, a third, and then he was 5th beaten 4 to Stay Happy last time out. But he tried to close from 9th at Turf Paradise, which, well, you just don't do that after a half a mile. You have to be a wonder horse out there or an absolute meltdown. Does go into the Elton Dickey barn. Ronaldo Cumberbatch, very capable. This will be a closer in here. And maybe if 1, 4, 7 all go beat each other up, this will be the one to mow them down.
Yeah, and that's why I took the 5 as my 3rd selection as my closer. This horse has come a couple of real nice races, back-to-back wins at Fawner against a pretty good competition on that track. I checked out some of the horses it's run against and certainly belongs with the right trip. And you're getting 7-1 with a morning line of 4-1. So a bit of an overlay there.
Yeah, another horse to look at, number 3, Brody Streak. You're getting odds today. This is a horse that first time out was in way too tough, but the second start was in the same condition, had the lead, and Dazzle just ended up going past him. We've seen the jockey Rashad Knights here in a few earlier races. He's another jockey from Barbados, and he is a 5-pound apprentice, but he's won races down in Barbados. And Brody Streak, Tom Gardepee loves taking weight off his horses. I can't throw this one out with confidence.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I liked this horse a few times last time, took some early money, made some moves, and just didn't get the win last year, so I'm going to just watch one for him, but certainly belongs in this bunch. A couple other ones that the 6 horse is certainly in for a prep going 5. These type of horses, I like watching the replay just to see how they do. If they finish with run, sets it up for next time. And if you're playing the Super and you need a 4th place horse, maybe that's the one.
And Blazing Bow, here's a horse that started off the year breaking the maiden so convincingly by 7, and then ending off the year winning 2 out of the 3 starts. Yeah, ran 6 in the Gold Cup, but that's the best older horses on the grounds that a 3-year-old was trying to tackle and didn't get disgraced. That last workout coming in, 47-3. That'll make Blazing Bow sharp. I'd definitely throw this one in if you're going after, say, the Superfecta or the Tractor.
Yeah, that's one of those sleepers that was getting good, and you're right. Throw it that last race, that first race. He's not going to probably not get the lead today with the other ones in there, but he runs well fresh.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 4. Stretch, what do you have?
We're going to try just a $5 exact wheel, 4 and 7 on top with 4, 5, and 7. So if one of them gets away, maybe the 5 comes late. That's $20. If you just want to do a $1 exactor, 4, 7 with 4, 5, 7, that's only $4.
Yeah, I really like Stay Happy in here, so I'm going to bet a triactor wheel. I'm going to put Stay Happy on top, the 4, and then I'm going to put 1, 2, 3, 5, and 7 for second, and also third. That's going to cost $20. Good luck with all your wagers here in race number 4, and we'll see you back for race 5. horse on the track for race number 4, Nicky's Prince Charming Classic. They're going to go 5 furlongs for $18,500. Number 1 is Mr. K, owned by Henry Wood Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Neville Stevenson. Number 2 is Replete, owned by Elton Dickey and Wade Salmon, trained by Elton Dickey with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 3 is Brody's Streak, owned by Black Diamond Stable and Larry Henry, trained by Tom Gardepy Jr. with Rashad Knights. Number 4 is Stay Happy, owned by Jared Brown, Shamrock Stable and Regal Group, trained by Jared Brown with Demario Bino. Number 5 is Moon Connection, owned by Drop-In Racing, trained by Steve Keplin Jr. with Ronald Alley. Number 6 is Gallant Oak, owned by Bonnie McCrory and Gary Danielson, trained by Gary Danielson with Sven Baalrup. Number 7 is Chicago's Gray, owned by Roll the Dice Stable and Royce Finley and Arneson Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt with Antonio Whitehall. Rounding out the field is number 8, Blazing Bow, owned by A2 Thoroughbreds, trained by Michael Nault with Praven Badry. Nicky's Prince Charming Classic. Here in race number 4, they'll go to post in approximately 3 minutes.
All right, the boys go in 5 furlongs. An allowance field, some solid horses in here. Let's go to the horse coming from Turf Paradise. We've got Stay Happy. Gerald Brown is the trainer. This horse can stalk or go to the lead. I think he's going to stalk and take over from the speed early and get a nice dream trip. Who's the speed? Probably the 1 and the 7. 7 should be the most speed. Gets brave on the front end and just might forget to stop. If there is a big duel, don't leave out the 5. You're getting $11 on a $2 wager. So let's go 4, 7, and 5.
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you on number 4, Stay Happy. Can go to the front or stalk as it showed last time out. I think the horse will go for position, watch what everybody else does, and then adjust accordingly. So I think he's the one to beat. But if they let maybe number 1, Mr. K alone, he's your wire-to-wire threat. But I love the value on the board with number 2, Replete, who lost to Stay Happy last time out. You can't close at Turf Paradise, but you can at Assiniboia Downs. I'm going to give you a 4, 1, and 2. Good luck here in race 4.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD. It's post time.
Mr. K, the first one into the starting gate. Replete is also in. Next up, Brody's Streak. Stay Happy. The current 9-5 favorite walks in. Moon Connection is next. It's now Gallon Oak's turn. Just 2 left to load. Chicago's Gray. And just waiting on Blazing Bow from the outside. They're all set. They're at the post. Chicago's Gray, a little fractious. Now settled. Chicago's Gray, a little fractious again, as is Mr. K. Everybody settled down once again. They're at the post, and they're off. From the inside, Mr. K flashes early speed with Stay Happy. 3 wide on the outside, Brody's Streak wants to get into the early fray, as does Chicago's Gray. Just behind them, Replete and Blazing Bow running as a pair. Gallon Oak in the early trailer. Moon Connection. Chicago's Gray now shakes free to the lead by a length. Back to second, Brody's Streak making a move on the outside. Blazing Bow as they hit the head of the lane. Chicago's Gray now has a lead by a length and a half. Brody's Streak trying to fight back on the inside. A late rally from Stay Happy and Blazing Bow. Chicago's Gray looking for the wire, but Brody's Streak gets some at the wire on the inside. It's Brody's Streak with Chicago's Gray for second, close for third. The stewards have posted number 3, Brody's Streak, as your race winner. Second goes to number 7, Chicago's Gray. A photograph has been called to determine the show position. Results of the photo show number 8, Blazing Bow. Finishing third. Fourth goes to number 2, Replete. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner of Nikki's Prince Charming Classic. That's number 3, Brody's Streak. Brody's Streak is a Gray-Roan gelding, 5 years old, by Brody's Cause. Out of the mare, Part of the Charm by Tap It. Owned by Black Diamond Stable and Larry Henry. Trained by Tom Gardepy Jr. And ridden to victory, his first on Canadian soil here at Assiniboia Downs by jockey Rashad Knights. Time for the 5 furlongs, 58-2. Race 4 is official in the upcoming 5th race. Our VIP Fan of the Night race, number 2 Hot Stove League. Make the jockey Arthur Badu. Number 8 Marquee Well. The owners should read LNA Stable and Jared Brown. And number 9 Run Today should be listed as a first-time gelding. Classic high five wagering. Here in race number 5, they'll go to post in 18 minutes. And ladies and gentlemen, in tonight's 50-50 draw, we've drawn a winner. The ticket was purchased on site. The number A4319087. Congratulations, you won $2,010. Thank you very much for purchasing 50-50. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 5. We have a $7,500 claimer kicking off the Classic High Five for the boys 3 and up. Number 2 Hot Stove League, make the jockey Arthur Badu. Number 8 Marquee Well, the owners LNA Stable and Jared Brown. And make sure number 9, you have it written on your program, is a first-time gelding. Stretch. Let's take a look back at race number 4. Chicago's Gray, a little fractious in the gate, got settled, made the lead, looked like the winner, but then Brody Streak said, I want to win.
Absolutely. And that horse, Brody's made a bunch of those moves last year and just couldn't get there. A brand new year, ready to go. That last workout, solid breezing work, said that the horse was ready to go. Got the trip up the rail. So great ride, too.
Rashad Knights from Barbados gets his first win here in Canada. Congratulations to him. Okay, on to race number 5, since we didn't do well in race 4.
No, we got to forget the past and move on. Here we go. Let's go to the 7 as my top selection in here. Going off at 5-2, I do like... I think that's about the right price. This horse is a higher class, running at a higher level, but isn't in for a price tag, so it gets two races at a potential lower level.
At 7,500.
At 7,500, correct. This horse can run big. When this horse runs his best race, it's super tough. It would be more than good enough to win this race. Can go to the lead, can just sit just off if it needs to. I think the race goes through him.
Now, after watching Brody Streak win the last race with that sharp work in 48-1, Del Vecchio did that on April the 30th, the same kind of work. But that you are correct. This isn't a $7,500 claimer. This was a second-level allowance, right on the edges of the stake, and always good in the Manitoba bred stakes races, as Saskatchewan horses are now in it. Another horse I do like in here, number 8, Marquee Well. He just wins 1 out of 3 starts here at the Downs. 11 wins out of 30 starts. Look at that workout coming in 47. And that was the only work over the surface, but he knows the racetrack well enough. He runs really well off layoffs and was down in Phoenix, as you can tell, training down there. Marquee Well, don't expect any speed. This will be a closer.
Absolutely. Let's go to the outside horse at 7-1, the 9. Been running at Fawner so far. I think it should get the right trip, just stalking. I guess the horse could go to the lead. You think it's going to?
Well, for the most part, it does go to the lead.
And so there's one. You've got some inside speed, so it's a matter of pressing on the outside and taking over, which the horse has been running, and then at a recent work at Fawner on April 27th. So shows that the horse could certainly has a shot, and I think you're going to get the right price.
And the first time gelding angle,
Right.
that could really change horses. So watch out for him. Well, let's talk about number 4, Drop It Caribou. You want to talk about it since, if the horse wins, you're going to take all the credit?
Yes, I will take all the credit. It's not a tough call taking a horse that won 6 of 7 starts last year. The only race was losing at the 7 furlongs, which is 2 turns. Very game. I think this horse got better and better as the year went on. They figured this out. Now we have a new trainer, but get the layoff coming up. This horse was racing at a lower level, is moving up, but I think just the figures say that this horse certainly can be that right there. And when horses win this often, you just got to take note.
And also take a look at number 5, not a cat, but a card. This horse was running in the non-winners of the year at Tampa up until its last start. Got the job done at 1 mile and 40 yards. Hasn't really had much success going short. Only a couple third-place finishes out of 5 tries. If there's an absolute meltdown, you might see this horse flying at him late. Martin Buffalo already has a win early on with Au Pair, who had the same kind of running style from off of it. I don't know if there is going to be that big meltdown, but it's a horse you can throw in at 12-1.
Yeah, let's talk about the favorite. This is interesting. I didn't think there's a chance the one horse could be the favorite.
Nor did I.
11 of the last 12 races, this horse has been the favorite. So if this holds true, it'll go 12 of 13. Hard to believe. Wins races, had 4 wins last year and 5 starts. It's going to be speed on the rail. And Tim's going to try to send this horse and go as fast and as far as he can go. It'd be interesting to see. This is not an easy field. It's a tough competitive claiming race, so should get some pressure, but we'll find out. Surprised on the price.
Yeah, another horse to look at, number 2, Hot Stove League. Arthur Badu now jumps aboard, comes by way of Fawner Park, and comes off a win. But that was for 25 non-winners of the year, is really stepping up for this 7,500. Last year, I kept saying the 7,500s early on were weak. Well, they're not weak this year. And Hot Stove League, even though it does have a fitness advantage that only 2 other horses have in here, I think he's a little up against these kind.
For sure. Just mentioned the 3. This horse is 2 out of 4 in the money at the distance. Looks like more of a distance type horse, but if there is a meltdown, could pick up the pieces like Pray for Peace.
Thank you. And Totalizer, the 6 horse. Here's a horse that does have a couple wins at the distance, but it was at lower levels. Last year did run very well at the first level allowance, which is much tougher than the 7,500 last year. So Totalizer, not totally out of the question, but I just don't like him for the win. All right.
Here we go. This is our fan pick of the day race. You send them in on the tweets. And today's winner is Jeremy, and you can see what it says on the screen. I liked his exciting for opening night. He says, I am not afraid. That's his pick based on the early speed. Many other people are the same. Thanks, Jeremy. He's from Maryland. So the
all right.
Preakness,
Good luck, Jeremy.
I haven't been to that track. So
Either have I.
No, but maybe I'll get there. All right, good luck, Jeremy. You've got a hat coming, and we'll see how your pick goes. My selection is a $1 tri wheel, one of my kind of triangles. 479 with 479 with 2, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 24.
Those crazy bets. I'm going to do a $5 exactor wheel, 8 with 179, and then a $5 exactor wheel, 179 with 8. That's $15 a piece, 30 in total. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 5, and we'll see you back for race 6. The horses on the track for race number 5, our VIP Fan of the Night race. They're going to go 5 furlongs for $14,800. Number 1 is Not Afraid, owned by Tom Boyko, trained by Carl Anderson with Tim Tarasenko. Number 2 is Hot Stove League, owned by Henry Wood Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno, with Arthur Badu. Number 3 is Last Renegade, owned by Pink Cloud Racing, trained by Courtney Ross, with Neville Stevenson. Number 4 is Drop a Caribou, owned and trained by Elton Dickey, with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 5 is Not a Cat But a Card, owned by Larry Liebrick, Ron Phelps, and Deb Buffalo, trained by Marvin Buffalo, with Demario Bino. Number 6 is Totalizer, owned by Monique Goulet, trained by Will Taranjo, with Sven Balrup. Number 7 is Del Vecchio, owned by Karen Bjarnson, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr., with Ronald Alley. Number 8 is Marquee Well, owned by LNA Stable and Jared Brown, trained by Jared Brown, with Antonio Whitehall. Rounding out the field is number 9, Run Today, owned by Drop-In Racing, James Keplin and Parker Wallette, trained by Steve Keplin Jr., with Praven Badry. Our VIP Fan of the Night race here in race number 5, they'll go to post in approximately 3 minutes.
All right, the boys going 5 furlongs in a $7,500 claimer. Let's start with the 7 horse going off at 3-1. I think that's fair value. It's actually a drop in class, but you can't claim the horse. This horse can go right to the lead, can sit just off. Very game horse. It grinds all the way to the wire, and so runs back to last year's races. Watch out. Others to consider at a price is the 9 horse. Should get a stalking trip, or even just try to go and sit close and try to take over late at 6-1. And then the last one is a bit of a closer. Well, he can do whatever he wants lately. And that's the 4, Drop a Caribou. 6 wins last year of 7 starts. Can't leave him out. 7-9-4. Kirt.
Yeah, Stretch, I definitely respect number 7, Del Vecchio, at this level. Should run well today and close to the front end. But I went to number 8, Marquee Well. I expect this horse to sit mid-pack towards the back of the field. There is quite a few horses that do have speed, so I think he's going to be able to close. And number 9, Run Today. This is a horse coming by way of Fauner Park. Has some good early speed to offer to the race. Steve Keplin Jr. is a 25% win clip trainer. 6-1 on the board. I'm giving you 8, 7, and 9. Good luck here in race 5.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Not Afraid, the current 2-1 favorite, first into the starting gate. Hot Stove League now moves in. Last Renegade walks up and in. Drop a Caribou's turn. Not a Cat, but a Card is next. Totalizer walks up and in. Next up is Del Vecchio. Just 2 left to load. Marquis Well goes in, and now just waiting on the current favorite slightly. That's number 9, Run Today. They're all set, they're at the post, and they're off. Hopping at the start was Marquis Well, also a slow start for Drop a Caribou. To the outside, Run Today. Flashes early speed with Del Vecchio in between, and Not Afraid on the rail. A length and a half back. That's going to be Totalizer to the outside. And on the inside, Last Renegade, another length back to a rallying, Not a Cat, but a Card. And Drop a Caribou showing some run back to Hot Stove League and Marquis Well. The leader on the outside, Run Today. Not Afraid to the inside. Totalizer on the far outside is making up ground, and Totalizer was ready today. Totalizer just blows on by. 16th of a mile to go. Totalizer getting it done by 3. Not Today in second. Third's going to go to Last Renegade, and fourth to Not a Cat, but a Card. The Stewart's opposed to number 6, Totalizer, as your race winner. Second goes to number 9, Run Today. Third to number 3, Last Renegade. And fourth to number 5, Not a Cat, but a Card. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner, well, unofficial winner of our VIP Fan of the Night race, that's number 6, Totalizer. Totalizer is a bay gelding, 5 years old, by Candy Ride, out of the mare taxable by Tap It, owned by Monique Goulet, trained by Will Toronjo, and ridden to victory by Sven Balrup. Race 5 is official in the upcoming 6th race. Another classic high 5 race with a carryover of $1,866. There are no changes. Race 6 post time, 17 minutes away. Well, Assiniboia Downs has some exciting events taking place this summer, including Manitoba Food Truck Battles, which will take place this Saturday and Sunday, featuring 30 of the best food trucks Manitoba has to offer. There's beer gardens, live entertainment, and kids' activities, and tickets are only $5. And after the final race, be sure to head up to the clubhouse where our popular Crazy Hour kicks in. Beer, shots, and wine just $5, as well as 25% off all appetizers, plus 140 VLTs ready for action until 1 a.m. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 6. We have an allowance, optional $10,000 claimer for fillies, mares, 3-year-olds and up. Again, going the 5 furlong distance. Let's take a quick look back at race number 5. Well, I got fooled in their stretch. Run Today ran absolutely huge. They pounded it late on the board, but Totalizer had so much horse.
No kidding. It was another closer. We had an all-out duel with the 1 and the 7, and then the 9 stock. That's what I did think would happen. I didn't think the horse would get bet that down that much, but the bettors were right. Just ran a game second. Make note of that. And then, like you said, the closer with the duel sets it up for the closers. So.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Okay, on to race number 6. Well, I think there's going to be some battling up front once again. Who do you like?
Well, I should be changing my picks. We've only had one horse go gate to wire.
And that was in the first
race. And with
it was battling.
Battling and took over. All the other ones have battled and finished second or worst or right out of it. So we'll see how it goes. 11 of them going 5 furlongs. You're going to have to memorize a few. Get ready for this. So good luck with that. Let's go with the speed horse. This was my original pick. I'll stick with it. I think this horse maybe you can get the speed of the speed. And we've seen the last races of the night. Sometimes they go opposite. And so
true.
And so why not 10 to 1? At least I'm getting really good value. This horse is basically a need the lead horse. And if he gets that lead, watch out. We've already had a Tampa horse win today. And this one looks even better. This one looks better than the other Tampa. Obviously, it's a tougher condition being an allowance, but just the form alone, hopefully gate to wire.
Yeah, well, it's one of the speed horses. Kate's Princess, the 3 being another. I've got All Night, the 1. Lady Cop can offer speed. Even Sherlin Gogo could offer speed, but I think it's just going to be sitting just off of it. What I like, it's coming from Santa Anita. There's a good one. Santa Anita horses can win everywhere and definitely can win at Assiniboia Downs. I love those last 2 works. 5 furlongs, 101 and 4, both of them. The horse can route, so I don't think it's going to have the cutthroat speed. Mid-packed, a little further ahead. And I think this is the one to play, and currently that's why it's the favorite.
Yeah, and that's fair. Should get the right trip. I have him at second. I certainly could have moved him up. I'm just trying to search for a bit of a price. I'm going to take the 7 is just because I'm betting this horse. I bet Brody's last year, and I didn't win, and now he wins the first start. So let's go with Lady Cop at 11 to 1. I'm hoping for a little higher odds. This horse was beaten favorite the last, it won race, but the beaten favorite the last 3. So pick up the pieces, help it pay. There is the small hi-fi carryover, and it's not easy with 11. So if you get it, you're going to get paid well. So 7.
Yeah. Another horse I took in here, number 3, Kate's Princess. I said on ASD Live, did not win the last 3 years, first time out, but second time out, won all 3 times. She brings really good speed to the race and runs honest every time, usually at a higher price than the 10,000 today. So I like Kate's Princess, not to win it, but to get a big piece of it.
For sure. Let's take a few of the Invaders, a long shot with the 2 horse. Is it maybe too short? Possibly, but a horse has been racing, can stalk, has a win at 6 furlongs, 5.5 ran evenly at an allowance level there. So I don't think you can leave this horse out if you're including in the tries or supers for sure, or even high 5s.
Former Golden Gate horse. Another horse to look at is number 8, Reasonably Lovely. If you are looking for a closer, this could be it. A couple of third-place finishes in its last 2 starts at Fauner Park. Not a track that is a good closing racetrack. Speed wins quite a bit there. Reasonably Lovely comes back here. Closers have been doing well. Steve Keplin just got beaten the last one. So Reasonably Lovely getting great odds at 9 to 1.
For sure. Let's go. The horse looks like is a Fauner Park horse, which is the 8, but actually ran a lot at ASD last year. We cashed on this horse a couple times. Horse ran well.
Talking Reasonably Lovely that I just talked about?
I'm sorry.
That's okay. You can talk about it too.
Yeah, well, the same reason, because I bet it too. So that's why. Okay. So
what about Soaring Lady?
Soaring Lady, yes.
On a roll.
It is on a roll. Back to...
Four in a row.
I'm not a big fan of taking horses 4 in a row, but if you're sharp, you just keep going. it's got the right running style, just like your 6. So why not? If the 6 wins it, you better use the 9 for second or third.
Yeah, another horse to look at, number 1, I've Got All Night, is one of the other speed horses, does draw the rail. I don't think that is the place to be today. I think there's just too much speed for this horse graduating from 3 to the 4-year-old campaign.
For sure. And another closer, the Russian Pearl has been right there. Ran a real nice race 2 back. And then last time, that was last year, remember using this horse and just liked how this horse was running. So again, if it can come off the pace, has a shot.
And number 11, Sparkling Silver, blew up the tote board, 28-1 for the allowance non-2 lifer. Coming in here as a non-3 lifer. This is going to be a tough spot trying to win out of the 11 hole.
For sure. All right, let's and the last one, because it could be a price horse. This would give you a pool shot if it's the 5, but again, could get the right trip. We've got 5 furlong works. That's what I'm always looking for. Finish off with 2 5 furlong works. Horse is probably right close to be ready to run.
All right, let's go to our wagers. Of course, there is a carryover in the Classic High 5, a little over $1,800. Stretch, what do you have?
Well, we're going to try a super. I couldn't get the win bet.
Okay.
Couldn't get the place or show. Why not just go for everything and try to get out on the day?
For sure.
And it's too bad I can't bet a penny super to save. Anyway, let's go with it. 3-4-6 with 3-4-6. With a bunch and more bunch, $24 is for the 20-cent super. That'll pay if I can get it.
And myself, I went after the tractor. I keyed the 6 on top, Sherlin Go-Go, and I put a bunch, 2, 3, 4, 7, 9, 11. Also for third, that is $30. Good luck with all your wagers here in race number 6, and we'll see you back tomorrow evening. First post, 7:30, and we have 8 races for you tomorrow night. The horse on the track for race number 6. They're going to go 5 furlongs for $16,500. Number 1 is I've Got All Night, owned by Dark Cloud Racing, trained by Jamie Hartman with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 2 is Chic Samurai, owned by Jared Brown and John Gannis, trained by Jared Brown with Dane Dawkins. Number 3 is Kate's Princess, owned by Bonnie McCrory and Gary Danielson, trained by Gary Danielson with Praven Badry. Number 4 is Liking It Twisted, owned by Marvin and Deb Buffalo and Arnold Suster, trained by Marvin Buffalo with Demario Bino. Number 5 is Load Abroad, owned by Bill Meikle, trained by Wendy Anderson with Dario Dalrymple. Number 6 is Sherlin Go-Go, owned by Norm Suderman and Wendy Anderson, trained by Wendy Anderson with Antonio Whitehall. Number 7 is Lady Cop, owned by A2 Thoroughbreds and True North Thoroughbreds, trained by Michael Nault with Rashad Knights. Number 8 is Reasonably Lovely, owned by James Parisian, trained by Steve Kaplan Jr. with Ronald Alley. The 9 is Soaring Lady, owned by Henry Wood Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Sven Balrup. Number 10 is Russian Pearl, owned by Larry Falloon and Ron Wiley, trained by Devin Gittins with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Rounding out our field is number 11, Sparkling Silver, owned by 2 Points Ranch, trained by Carl Anderson with Tim Tarasenko. Classic High 5 wagering with a carryover of over $1,866. They'll go to post in approximately 3 minutes.
right. The boys close it out. 11 of them going 5 furlongs. You're going to need a good trip to win this, and I'm hoping the 4 clears and then doesn't have to get in the way behind other horses. So gate to wire on the 4 at 9-1. Nice value, worth the risk at that one. Who's going to hopefully get a trip to be in the try would be the 6. Should get that dream trip in about 4th or 5th. Try to make a late move. And another one sometimes closes, sometimes goes to the lead. That's the 7 at 11-1. Looking for some value in here. So let's go 4, 6, 7 in a real tough white race to cap it off. Kirt.
Yeah, Stretch, I ended up going to number 6, Sherling Go-Go. The Santa Anita Invader comes off a win 3 outs ago, winning by 5. Last time out, stalked every step of the way, going a mile. 2 nice 5/8 workouts. I think sits behind the speed and pounces on them. One of those speed horse, number 3, Kate's Princess, has yet to win the last 3 years. First time out, but second time has won all 3. She runs honestly each and every time. And I'm throwing in number 4, Like It Twisted, another speedball coming by way of Tampa. So I'm going to give you 6, 3, and 4. Good luck here in race number 6.
It's post time.
Sparkling Silver to the far outside will be the first one into the starting gate. I've Got All Night from the inside. The next to go in, Chic Samurai. She steps up and in. Next up, the co-favorite at 5-2, Kate's Princess. Liking It Twisted. The next to go in, Load Abroad from the middle of the starting gate. She's going to wait for her turn. Sherlin Go-Go, the current favorite at 3-1, is in. Now Load Abroad steps up and in. Next up, Lady Cop. She's in. Reasonably Lovely walks up. Now just 2 left to load. Russian Pearl. And just waiting on Soaring Lady. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the far outside, Sparkling Silver. Showing speed matched by Lady Cop. In between horses, Liking It Twisted. Was in a little switch there on the rail. I've Got All Night. Pressing from the outside, Soaring Ladies up there with Russian Pearl. Hemmed in on the rail, Chic Samurai. Another length and a half back. That's going to be Kate's Princess in an unfamiliar spot with Sherlyn Go-Go and your trailer. Reasonably Lovely. 23 and 4 the opening quarter. And it's Lady Cop and Soaring Lady. These two nose and nose trying to get up on the inside to rally. That's Liking It Twisted. But Soaring Lady is just soaring inside the 16th pole and drawing off to win by 3. Second best, Lady Cop. Third's going to go to Liking It Twisted. Very close for 4th and 5th. The Stewards are post to number 9, Soaring Lady as your race winner. Second goes to number 7, Lady Cop. Third to number 4, Liking It Twisted. A photograph has been called to determine your 4th and 5th place finishers. They went the opening quarter 23 and 3, the half 47 and 1. Time for the 5 furlongs 59 and 3. Results of the photos show number 10, Russian Pearl. Finishing 4th, 5th goes to number 5, Load Abroad. Ladies and gentlemen, please hold all tickets. Rider's objection here in race number 6. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race number 6, that's number 9, Soaring Lady. Soaring Lady is a dark bear brown filly, 4 years old, by Skyflight, out of the mare Broadway Baby by Gilded Time. Owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno, and ridden to unofficial victory by Sven Balrup. Time for the 5 furlongs, 59-3. Should the results stand official, congratulations goes out to trainer Jerry Gorno and jockey Sven Balrup, who both score 2 wins on the card. 2 wins for trainer Jerry Gorno and 2 wins for jockey Sven Balrup. Ladies and gentlemen, we have multiple rider objections. First off, number 4, Liking It Twisted, and jockey Demario Bino has claimed interference against the unofficial winner, number 9, Soaring Lady, and jockey Sven Balrup. That's the first objection, 4 on 9. Also, Russian Pearl and jockey Ronaldo Cumberbatch has claimed interference against number 7, Lady Cop, and jockey Rashad Knights, and number 11, Sparkling Silver, and jockey Tim Tarasenko. Riders' objections 4 on 9 and 10 on 7 and 11. Please hold all tickets. And ladies and gentlemen, make sure to head up to the clubhouse to enjoy Crazy Hour on the second level. Beer, shots, and wine just $5 and 25% off all appetizers. Racing resumes tomorrow night at 7:30, then next Monday and Tuesday at 7:30. See you then. But right now, we are awaiting the outcome of the objections. You can head up to the clubhouse for Crazy Hour. Ladies and gentlemen, after reviewing the films, we do have a disqualification. Disqualified from second, number 7, Lady Cop, has been disqualified for interference with number 11, Sparkling Silver. So, Lady Cop will be placed behind number 11, Sparkling Silver, and the new order of finish will be 9, 4, 10, 5, 2, and that will become official. Once again, the rider's objections. The 7, Lady Cop, was disqualified from second and placed behind number 11, Sparkling Silver. 9, 4, 10, 5, 2 will become official.